doing this, and so I have this canvas and not the mirror image of this, but a similar one to this that I wanted to go, back and front and then have a gusset along the side in the star shape.
No, it would have helped you with like the three-dimensional pear or the little music box that has the silo top. It's a canvas where tons of points come up together and make basically a dome. So
I see.
The gusset thing, if you want to do a gusset with that, I'm trying to think. I'd probably do the gusset like I do the gusset with a clutch. And that's basically where you just take a piece of the hard interfacing, which is obviously it's not really hard because it's it's malleable. It's what I use in eyeglass cases. So that Peltex 70 that I was talking about, you cut your strip. You cut your strip of interfacing however wide you want your gusset, and then if you have 2 needlepoint pieces, you also use that like you would foam core in a star-shaped ornament. And then you're using the interface on the front and the back, on the interior instead of like foam core. And then you basically just pin that strip with the interfacing all the way in between. You pin it together and then you sew each side together by hand. I don't like doing gussets in the first place, but I have kind of a little, I feel like if I'm going to do a gusset, I want to make sure that it is 3/4 of an inch wide or an inch wide, whatever you decide, perfectly all the way. And it's the only way that I've figured out how to do it. But with a star, I would treat each star side like I'm going to do today when I put this gusset, because this is basically, did you lose me already? Oh my gosh. All right, hold on. Come on.
Recording in progress.
Hello.
Where'd you go?
Oh man, I'm telling you, it's gonna be a banner night for this. My apologies. Gotta love the I was just like, please stay at the beach or go out to dinner, do something so that you're just not draining the internet. But apparently it's not gonna happen. So Margaret, you're gonna do the star the same way I kind of do the gusset, because this is essentially what a box stand-up is got a gusset. So you're going to do it the same way, and we'll go ahead and kind of start getting ourselves situated. So I have my canvas, I have my backing fabric, which already has the fusible interfacing on it. I have my foam core, which is the 1/8 inch acid-free. And some people have asked me, well, the difference between the acid-free, you're trying to keep it, archivally. No, you do it because the acid-free doesn't popcorn when you're dragging your blade through it. And as you can see, there's a little bit of popcorning here, and that's because I had to go out and get new blades. The brand new blade I put in last night was junk. So when I started doing this, I went, oh great, I guess I get to make a fast track to the hardware store. So then we have a very long piece for our gusset. You want a long enough piece. It also has the fusible interfacing. And basically, we're constructing a box. And we're going to put a brick inside of it because this is going to be a bookend in a kitchen for a young couple. So the alcohol little sign is, it's like, okay. So we can just get started with starting with our needlepoint canvas as we always do, because all of our measurements center on that. And just so anybody who just joined us, Priscilla is going to call me every time if I hopefully don't freeze too many times. But I want to make sure I'm recording on both. Okay. Because I have my regular one that my computer that never stops does, and I'm doing a backup one because on the angel ornament I didn't get it recorded stupidly because I didn't get it started because I had camera problems at the beginning and I forgot to start it. So now I'm like hyper conscious about it. So we're just going to, because we're not, usually you hear me dart everything. This is going around a board. It's going to be square. It's not, doesn't need to be malleable. So we need to just go ahead and we can just dart the corners. This, I don't know if it wants to kind of shift out, but on something like this, we don't care because we're about to put a hard thing over it, in it, and so because of that, we don't have to worry about it being square. That we're going to cut out a square piece and wrap it around and it'll stay square. Okay. And you might say, well, why are you not using mat board and why are you using foam core? Because again, the queen of bevels, I want to bevel the edges so they sit in each other nicely and they give it structure. And it helps keep the seams skinny. So what we need to do is we need to fold over our canvas. This one's nice enough that I'm not going to okay, hold on. I'm trying to. I'm not going to steam it because it has quite a bit of, I think he did it on a frame. And so it has a lot of sizing in it. So it's just going to roll right over and be good to go. I thought that was you guys messaging, calling me to say, you've frozen, but it's not, it's just a friend. So the reason we turn all of this under before we measure is because it makes a difference for the board fitting in. And see, this is the reason why I usually steam it, is because it makes everything lay down and I can get a better. All right, we use our quilting ruler. And yep, it's 4 7/8. And yes, I make it that precise by 7 1/16, but we'll have to fudge that because this doesn't really have a 16th. Okay. So, we don't, typically when we do a bevel, we do it to the front side. We don't do that with this. We're gonna put the bevel on the back side facing into it. So all of those bevels come together kind of like 45-degree angles on the interior, and it gives us a nice crisp edge all around the outside. So that's why I'm really not, as I'm measuring, I'm making sure that I'm going right to the edge, because I don't have to worry about the 1/8-inch foam core bevel on the exterior, like we always make the board smaller when we're doing, so I guess I can do an 1/8 there. We always make the board a little bit smaller after we do our circle for ornaments when we put it on the interior of that, but we don't need to do that on this. So we're going to just start by putting a straight edge on this, because I don't think, well, that one is a straight edge. Alright, so we can use that. Alright, and we have 7, yeah, and I'm gonna do an 1/8 because if I have to go back, I'm okay with that. Just a little less. Yeah, there we go. I really want to make sure that this foam core goes completely to the edge of our needle point, and it's 4 7/8. Because I don't want to lose too much of the little border that he put on. Now,
Would it have been helpful if the stitcher put in some, I do call them extra rows around the edge for the border?
only if you wanted to make the border more pronounced. I didn't really turn over, so you're losing, I mean, there's only 2 stitches. So we're going to try to keep that 2 in the face, facing out, and not roll any behind it. You know, he's a really new stitcher, and so I think this was like his second project. So he really wasn't concerned with that. If you have, the only time I tell people to do extra stitches is if there's only 2 blue lines there and you want to make sure the blue is seen, put 2 more rows on there. But when it comes to 3D ornaments or any of that kind of stuff, you don't add stitches. And it's a project by project. You have to assess. Belts are always, because you'll lose 2 rows. I think it's top and bottom. But there are some pillows that don't require it, because you're really not going to lose any major design elements. So, you know, why give yourself extra work? But, yeah, so it just, you got to kind of weigh it. Some people take the premise of, I do it on everything. Well, yeah, don't do that, because then you do a Tiffany box that comes to me and I have to rip the stitches out to be able to finish it, because it won't finish correctly. Oh, cheese and crust. I said that, and then I didn't. Interesting. Okay, fine. I need to put do I need to put? No, I'm okay. I think I'm okay. Alright. I'm trying to see which, I know it's one of the sides that is the wonky side, because he was kind of pulling. No, I want it tighter. So I needed another, the sides are fine, it's that I need another 1/8. Did I mismeasure? No, I should have done it at 5. Well, error number 1. 5. To have a strong box, you want to make sure it's done the right, measured the right way. I was just looking for extra of my foam core. Should have put it behind me. Instead I'll have to get up for when I do the back. Oh well. Okay. 5, and do I wanna, this is the time to adjust. Maybe I'll do another half. So 7, we'll do a little half there. So if you don't get it nice and tight inside on something like this, if it gets a little humid in the house, it could ripple. And I don't want that. So that's why I'm taking extra precaution with it. Especially if it's in a kitchen, it's going to get a little steamy. I don't care how big your kitchen is. Well, I don't know. Could be one of those huge things that conceptually is beyond me. I'm kind of a meat and potatoes cook. I don't get into anything fancy, and for me, I don't have the time. Okay. Oh yeah, that's going to keep our stitch right out there to the edge. So let's do that. Like that. Oh yeah. You want to kind of watch it to make sure you're not pulling it around the back side where you don't really want it. And you can feel it, that edge is right there. Okay, can you see how this is askew? So this is where we make ourselves square again. Pull up in this corner to make sure it's in there correctly. Yep, now we're even again. Okay. That's why if you have like a hanging sign, number one rule is always use, if you use mat board on one side, use mat board on the other. If you use foam core on the other. Don't mix and match, especially on a hanging sign, because it will lead to curvature. But the beauty of doing something like this, if you've got a kind of askew canvas like this, you don't really have to worry about it shifting out of shape like you do a pillow. Okay. And you just have to make sure to pull enough around to not show waste canvas, but not so much that you're going to lose that stitch. And we're going to shred these, just pull that right off. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing on this one. Alright, just making sure. Just pulling it enough. Alright. Shred. Yoink. Make sure to pull enough of it around that you're not going to have any waste canvas bits showing at the front. It's a pretty nice little square corner. Did pretty good at keeping his border to the front. I will say this, if you do extra rows to be nice, but you don't want to see the rows, make sure to, when you are filling out your finishing sheet, that you put that on there. Please bury extra rows, because if something comes with a white frame around it, I think it's part of the design. So unless I'm told to bury it, I wouldn't specifically know that. Or if you did it the same color as, you know, your border, but you didn't want it to get that big. Those are some pretty nice little square corners. Okay, back to measuring. Too small. Hold on, I gotta get another piece of foam. Actually, I shouldn't, but I'll grab it since I'm up. Okay. The next thing we head on to is not the back. It's the sides. And the reason we do the sides next is because once the sides are put together, then we measure for the back. If I do it now and there's any wobble in the back pieces, and it shouldn't, but if it does happen, then we could be short and now we've ruined a piece of fabric that we needed. So we're going to measure. I had it 2 seconds ago. you measure the top, okay? And you put the ruler at the right end. All right. So it's halfway, but no, it is 7 1/4 when I actually get down to the end. Put it like this. I'm trying to show, make sure you guys can see it, but make sure it goes to the end and then measure. So that's 7 1/4. And yes, I'm that forgetful that I can't. I'm the person that goes 5 times to the trash can to get the brownie box out of it. How many tablespoons was that of oil? All right, so that's 5 1/8. All right. Now, I just cut out this. The brick is 2 1/4 inches deep. So it should sit right in between on a 2 1/2 inch piece. You have to allow for this 1/8 inch deep board. So if you need to make it a little bit wider, you could go 2 3/4. I wanted to try to stay as thin as possible because this is a small enough piece. I don't want huge gusset on it, but to accommodate the brick for it being a bookend, I kind of had to. Here, we'll leave that up here. So I already went through and beveled the back side. So we just flip it over. So we're going to start this way. 7 1/4. Make sure it's all square. And the reason I went and beveled it now is because I wanted to make sure that I remembered which side was the back side of when I cut it. Because as you're cutting down through it, it won't be, your blade will tilt. And so you might have kind of a wobbly edge on the opposite side, just like when I do my ornaments. But I just put a bevel on it so that I would remember which was the very straight side. So 7 1/4. Trying to quadruple check so I don't have to go back through and do it again. And then we do 5 1/8. And 5 1/8. not just me.
No.
Okay.
So I'll just type it into chat.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
everybody can see it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Still no picture, Kelly.
Can you hear me? Bye, Priscilla.
Bye.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I just kind of had to restart my computer. Hold on, guys. Can you guys see and hear me?
Hear you, but not
Hear
see
you. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I can see.
Okay.
It's not on the big, there you go. It looks like the other Margaret, for me at least, the other Margaret screen is the main one, but I could see on your video, your hand just popped over.
Okay.
But you're not the primary.
On my screen is all black.
Mine is too.
All right. I'm gonna go out and try to come back in. If it'll let me. It's like not even let me end. There we go. Leave meeting.
I can see you now.
Whoops.
Oh.
I could see you and then you blacked out again.
Oh,
I can't see you at all.
all right. Okay. Can you hear and see me yet?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
Hello. Hello, hello.
the screen is black. I can hear you, but the screen is black.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. I see you now. Look at the light.
All right. Let's just keep trying to plug on. Okay, I got recording on the other one at least. So we bevel down all of the edges. Yeah, it literally froze my recording program, my computer completely froze. It's like, what the heck is going on? So, I don't know. All right.
Black again.
Oh, man. Come on.
Am I the only? Oh, now you're back again.
Do we think maybe it is Zoom? As much as it is?
No idea.
No idea. Yeah. All right. So you keep your piece of material long. We're going to do a one piece that goes all the way around the exterior.
No.
So we're going to start with our bottom piece, okay? Of course, I just buried my glue gun under my fabric. All right. And you know what? I'm going to notch it at that corner. And I went ahead and pressed over on the line because this has a stripe to it. So I pressed it over so that on this side, it would go in nice and tight to that little bit of fabric and not fight me when I went to putting another little notch in so that when we turn the piece, it won't make a buckle mark there when we round the end of when we put it all together, for lack of. I'm all discombobulated because of that last little blurb with the computer. Put them right up against each other. Okay? And now we do it again. It makes life a lot easier. I do card boxes this way as well for the 3 sides that, are in the back. Because it's just easier. You don't have to put cording up the sides on the back to cover seams that you've sewn together. Now we do another long piece.
What if your fabric isn't long enough to go around the box in one piece? Can you do like, a long and short and a long and short and somehow join them?
You could. I mean, where you do this piece and this piece, and then do another 2 so that you don't have, but then you'd have to be very strategic about how you did it so that you didn't have a seam on the top and then a seam on the bottom, because then you would have to put cording across the seam at the top. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah. I specifically had to buy more of this material because I was like, I don't know. Even after I did the math, I was like, I don't want to take a chance that this stripe, I didn't want I wanted the stripe to be vertical like this versus short little chunky lines all the way around. So that's why I did it that way. If I can't get a big enough piece of fabric, I try to find something else so that I can. I do the same thing on pillows because I hate seeing the miter marks on them when you're doing a gusset and you see that they didn't have a long enough piece of fabric, and and recently, I don't know what it is, but some of the ones that I've seen coming out have a straight across where they just put the 2 ends together and did it straight across. I was always taught if you got to do that, do it at an angle because it hides it and it's not so blunt. Okay, now we're going to do our 1/2 inch at this end. I also think my caffeine is kicking in a little bit, so I'm probably going to run off at the mouth a little bit more than I usually do. So I'm going to start on this one because I want to make sure I push against, and I want a really nice, tight fabric. Now, just because I'm using fabric now to cover this doesn't mean I'm not going to put ribbons around the edge. I just want to make sure that the box is very sturdy, and so when they first started doing the stand-ups, like the shaped ones that just had a piece of styrofoam in them, just styrofoam, and they were putting pretty ribbons around the edge and then using like pins to inset them in. I have a thing about putting pins on the edges of handled pieces because they do work out eventually, and gluing in styrofoam is really tough to get it to last a long time. So I'd rather build the box and be able to adhere it in a different manner. Even if it's an arch top, I score the mat board or the foam core and I make an arch out of it. Okay, gluing, that's what I'm doing here.
Can I ask you, actually on your phone call, are you putting the pieces right next to each other, or are you leaving slight
Nope,
gap?
right next to each other. Right next to each other. And I'm pushing this because I want that fabric nice and tight on the opposite side. I don't want there to be any rippling or play in it. Now, if you are concerned about, did I cut this right, I'd really like to test it before I do it, instead of being like me, who just immediately put the fabric on there and didn't really think about it. Yeah. Then what you can do is take a piece of clear tape and join the ends together, and then bring them all together and make sure that this sits down in nicely before you go ahead and put a piece of fabric on it. Works great. I tend to just go for it and regret later if it doesn't work. But there haven't been too many of those times, so let's hope this is not me eating my hat. And if you're worried about the stability of it too, go ahead and throw that clear. I use the clear, like, heavy duty packing tape, not like duct tape, because you could feel it through certain fabrics. Just my opinion. Might not be able to, but I wouldn't take the chance. I was actually concerned about this stripe. Sometimes it's nice to do a solid on the side, or do your fancy stripe on the side, or whatever, but I am going to cover up a lot of this. But here I was, being the person knocking on the Joann's door this morning going, hurry up and open, because I didn't like any of the fabric that I actually had in my stash for this piece. And if you guys haven't learned this by now, I kind of fly by the seat of my pants on a lot of stuff. Not a great organized person.
Kelly, where do you get fabrics for backing? Usually, I mean, aside from Joann's, I mean, do you have other sources?
No. Joann's, Hobby Lobby. I have a huge stash from doing this for so long, because I had customers that they sent me all the fabric. And so any of the extra, I have so much red velveteen and all of this stuff from 20 years of doing this, that 90% of the time I find something that I like for people who, don't send it to me. But there's always, there's some of the weirdest colors that come into popularity, and you just can't find the right fabric. It's just a shade off. It's just because when you buy things off the internet, it's such a crapshoot of, is it the color? All the monitors are different. You're not gonna, even if they feel that that's the most honest color they could give on what they posted on their website, it doesn't mean it's gonna come in or their version of coral, which is actually one that I got online because I could not find a decent coral. I bought 3 different yards of material from 3 different places, and not one of them was actually coral. I was just like, okay, I'm so done.
I've had shops recommend that you buy the backing fabric before you choose your threads, and then you can stitch to match your fabric.
I think that's a wonderful suggestion because it is absolutely, if it's a funky color, and you know, I mean, like recently with all of the different grays that are so popular, and now we're shifting to different tones again within, because everybody's kind of grayed out. So now we're shifting to a different color palette being distributed for interior design. It's like, oh man, okay, next. And here on Cape, it's so hard because all we have are satellite stores because they won't let the big box stores really in. And so they're tiny compared to a lot of places. And even if you go off Cape, you have to go a long ways to be able to find one that has, oh, where is it? It's west of Boston. I went there once. Oh my goodness. The fabric used to be the fabric loft. Now it's the fabric loft basement or something like that. Fabulous. But you can't guarantee. Ready? We're going to fold it together. Do, 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 do. Kind of my
Okay.
kind of my favorite part.
Very impressed, says your peanut gallery.
Right? And look at that, the stripes are matching up. So you only have one corner that you have to sew, and you just have to decide if it's your bottom left or bottom right. And that's what makes it so fabulous for a card box for the back, because it's like, ooh, I don't have to do all that extra work. Someone that, I think it was like 2 years ago when she started contacting me, and she wanted, help. And I said, sure. And, we became friends, and she was doing one of the trains where it had like animals, in a circus train, but it was a Christmas kind of thing. And so she's like, well, how do you do boxes? And so I said, just make the panels for each one, pin them all together. So then she saw me do this trick, and she's like, why didn't you tell me? I said, because you were such a novice. I didn't want to scare you because it, isn't always that. And boop, look at that. Right down in. Now it'll be a little bit off because of this corner and the way it meets differently than the other ones, but not too bad. You don't have to get too compulsive about that. I don't know. Let me pin it on, and then you can see how it fits. So I always pin it. Let's see if I can. Whoop! I went too far. There. So I take, I'm grabbing in the first row, okay, and pushing it down in. But I'm keeping it in the needlepoint side because I don't want to make holes in the fabric. Okay, let's see how it fits up here. Oh yes, look at that. good. I'm gonna need to put one pin in here. Pull that up just a bit. And yet I still put in 2.
So Kelly, this is fitting just within the frame that you have built, not
Yep.
on top, is that right?
It's kind of, it bevels in together.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, that's why we do that's why we do the beveling aspect of it, so that these seams fit nicely together. Now, it's not going to look that way on the back with the fabric because the thickness of the needle point stitching, especially since this young man is, you know, a newbie, it's a little warped on the back as far as the stitch quality. So, but yeah, I mean, it's just sitting basically right up on that top edge. The back side will probably fit in very right tight against it. It should, because the edges will look like that and nice and crisp, whereas this has the fullness of the needle point.
But it's sitting within the bevel, that's what I.
Yep, it is.
Thank you.
See, and you can see when you look in here. Ooh, why am I so blurry? Oh. Hold on. There it goes. When I had to turn my camera off, it went to auto. Hold please. Hopefully I won't freeze you guys out. Okay, okay. And all right, but you can see down in here how those two bevels come together. Everything gets cinched in down nicely. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly get this sewn on the front. Two-inch. Back up a little bit. Because of how we're assembling this, it's going to be nice and solid. I think it's even more solid using the 3-sided, you know, because we used one piece for the sides, than if we were to stitch them all together and then put cording over them. And then we put a little glue on our nut. This is kind of how brick covers go together as well. Nice start on the bottom and begin on the bottom. And I'm going to leave a little gap because I have cording to put on it. I'm not a real fan of. I wanted to try to keep it as modern looking as possible. If I can hide my stitches, I might not put the cording on, but I am going to leave a hole there just in case. So I'm in the bottom. Oh, this way. going to try to just grab on the back side. So I wanted you to see what I was doing even if I'm not. And then I'm putting it into the fabric, and we're just basically doing a ladder stitch all the way around. And it's not that, you know, cording isn't modern, but I just don't want to do something really frilly for them. So, you know, like no giant bows on the top. I think I should just do like giant bow classes if I'm going to do that, because they take on a whole different skill set. Now, if you need to know how to put, say, feet on, I do have a video on that shows me putting feet on it. I am debating, which I will ask for you guys' input on. I don't know, I just, even if it says, you know, kind of no feet, I like to put like a little button on the bottom, because I just feel like I don't want the fabric necessarily worn. I'm just not sure it's right for a bookend. Oop, 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 oop. I hate that when it grabs my pins. So this edge I need to pull under a little bit, because I just want to be grabbing the edge of this material. And I couldn't find any like nice kind of flat, unflourished trim pieces that I could put on this either. I have done like a grosgrain on an edge before. It was a hanging sign, but it looked more like a little boxed. It was thicker, and it was only the depth of the grosgrain. But if you were going to do any kind of feet on it, you would be engineering them prior to putting all of this together. And actually what I do is so on those, when you're making feet, I do the top 3 sides and then a base that has the feet on it, which you can see in that video. And the reason I do that is it's just easier to do all of that engineering on a separate piece. Than one that's, you know, all together and with the other walls. You can do it. I just happen to not want to deal with it. My concern was, as the material folded over, how would it affect, like, around the feet? I wouldn't want it to pull. So you see what's happening here is when I'm pulling my needle through, it's kind of making that lumpy. So I'm trying to keep this edge up on the top edge. Okay. I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to get away without some kind of trim on the back side. I am still thrilled to hear that a shop is giving that advice of going and picking out backing fabric. Like, that is such a great idea. Would that they all did that. Okay. I'm running that needle right along the back side of that fabric. Same way I'm doing with the needle point. Oh, and if you're doing a bigger piece, say, I don't know, 11 by 10-ish, or, you know, just a bigger stand-up, use the 1/4-inch foam core, not the 1/8. Give yourself a little more beef with your sides. Almost there, guys. Pretty sure my hole is there. Okay. Okay, knot it and done. I'm going to run that back up through, pull it out down through here, so there's a tail that's that long, and it pulls the knot up through, and then disappears. Okay, so now we're going to measure the back. Now, if this seems like it's a little askew, it's okay. It's just because this side isn't as tight because we have a seam here. But the piece that we're putting on the back will be square. So I'm gonna do it not quite 7 1/4 because it won't drop down in. So like 3/16. Oh, there's a straight edge somewhere. How deep? I'm taking it right. Where's my? There. So I'm putting that right on the edge of that lip. So that's 5 1/8 there. See, it's halfway here, but because of how we have this corner, it's angling down. So we're gonna do it as 5, and these edges will pull in. So we're gonna do it 7 3/16, and we're gonna do it. I'm gonna measure it via this side and make it like 1/16. Okay. Corner square. It is. So then we do 7 3/16. And it's 1/16. It's not quite. Okay. Now this we're going to test before we put fabric on it. So this is our side that we just measured. We flip it over and we bevel it. Okay. Starting to make a deep groove in that one spot. My healing mat, I've done it in. Alright, let's see how it fits. I don't think we're going to get much better than that, even with our fabric on it. We have a little bit of play. Yeah. So we're gonna go for it. I am going to take the point off the corners a little. Not a lot. I am finger pressing this edge of the fabric down so I can follow the stripe and make sure that I don't get all off center on that. Trying to let that glue cool off a little bit. It's been sitting in that glue gun for a while. It's gonna come out like lava. That's okay. Let's make sure as this comes around, I don't need to shift. No, should be good. Finger press that down a little on that.
Now, do
Ooh!
you ever spray adhesive for the fabric or to keep it from moving around, or is it secured really well?
It's
with-
it's secured really well like this. I have used the spray adhesive on the interior lining of Limoges boxes, so I'm not opposed to it. If it helps you keep your fabric, if you feel you want to do it, I don't see a problem with it.
I guess it depends on the fabric that you're using too.
I was just about to say that. Certain fabrics I would be wary of just because, like satins, silks, certain silks. See, but I also put interfacing on all of those, so I wouldn't be as worried about it, kind of marring. I'd test it, obviously, but see, I did it with a gold lame once. Ugh, gold lame stinks. And it rippled on the interior. But only, I got the box completely done and it rippled and it ended up looking like ruching. So it worked. But man, when I opened that Limoges box the next day, I was just like, no. But it looked nice, like a ruching. So, you definitely have to test it out.
Yeah,
That it's going
I
to.
did not use it, but I just wondered.
Yeah, I have, but I tend not to do it because I feel like the fusible interfacing gives it enough body.
Mhm.
And I try to pull, that's why I pulled against the sides and really, when I glue these on, I'm pulling it to make it nice and tight and stretched so that you don't have to do something like that. Now, this particular fabric it's not Sunbrella, but it is an exterior fabric. And so it's a little thicker, is my point. And you have to be really careful if it is the Sunbrella stuff that is at Joann's, because you go to iron it and that stuff melts. And I had some, I'm sorry, what?
I said, not gonna use that then.
Right, well, what happened was is it was fine doing the interfacing on it, but just doing a plain iron on it, it melted it, and it got like, I think it was navy blue all over my iron. It took forever to clean that off. It was not a happy camper. But I mean, it's got some really great colors, and so, you know, in a pinch, but you can kind of tell the weave because it's very heavy looking weave, and but it has a nice, like I said, it has a lot of nice fun colors in it that you don't find in a lot of interior. So just tiny bits for the corners. And just like on ornaments, one of the things that I was saying earlier about when I put it up there is that one corner where the seams meet and it's slightly skewed, the nice thing is you can kind of push your bevel a little bit, or even as you're stitching and pulling that fabric together, it will cinch that in and allow for just the slightest little curve so they still meet. And it makes, bevels make for a little bit of forgiveness in situations like that. All right, so once we know that we have, and you know what, you guys, I hope I don't regret this. I'm putting a brick in there, and so I'm going to have to shim around it to fill in so that it doesn't shift every time they pick it up. So I'm going to be very careful as I construct it that I don't make this outer part that I already measured bow out and make it, you know, another 1/16 wider or something like that. I wasn't even thinking about that with the, but that happens with the brick covers that are like the houses, the 3D ones that are my designs. You have to be careful to not, you fill the interior with your brick and and all this foam and spacers that you put in there, and then you measure it. So I might have just messed up a little there. But it should be pretty close. I'm not going to go nuts with over shimming it and making it pop out. Alright, let's see how this fits. Boop! Right in. I'm not even going to be able to tell your seams. Yay! Okay, I think I'm going to take a second and stitch this so I can then throw the brick in and not have to fight with pins that might be a little weak. I probably should have done that as I was coming around the front side, went down and went back up again. So I'm gonna see if it'll pop the chat up there. How many of you, if you want to type it in the chat bar, actually, do you have a stand-up that you're ready to do, or you're just trying to gauge right now? Not that I don't love having you all on here, because I do. I'm just wondering if I need to do a with feet, like just how to put feet on. Not necessarily do the entire thing, just do a whole kind of class on different types of feet and how you put them on. That would be something of interest. So you want to try to do little. One of the things I did on the big one that I did, I put the 2 seams around, but I also put the ribbon buried in the seams. I put the ribbon all the way, I pinned the 3 sides, and then I did the ribbon, then I put the base piece on, so that I didn't have to, I think I did it that way, so I didn't have to try to deal with the ribbon being put through the feet. I don't remember if the blue one was that way or not, or if I just did that on one that looked like it was a Santa with starfish, and it looked like the tombstone shape with the rounded top. I don't know why, but that just pulled a weird little foof out there. I'm going to go through the corner of this needle point. Let's cinch it down so that pulls that little spot closed. So this canvas is actually hot pink and green. I can kind of see it through, so I don't want to pull the stitching too much. I'm actually going to go back down and try to hit between the stitches I just put on there. I'm going to have to get my dowel needle in there to get that little fuzzy.
Recording in progress.
Hello. Thank you, Priscilla. So I'm going back down this side. You didn't miss anything, trust me. Didn't share any pertinent information. Okay. See, you can see what happens with this material. It likes to fray. Yay! Nasty. Alright. Put a knot in and get the heck out of this corner. Oh my gosh, come on. Alright. Alright, so what I did is I have a wide chisel and a 3-pound mallet, and I just wham on it until the brick broke off, approximately the size that I want. And I want it square to the bottom. See how this does laying in there? Oh, whew. Oof, dust on it. Squirrel! There's a squirrel in the yard. Okay, that'll be nice. So nothing can go above the brick for thickness. Now we bring out the disgusting popcorn foam. And let's see, this is 2 1/4 deep, right? Not even. So keep it just shy of 2 1/4. Hold on, I'll show you what I've got. Okay, so here's our about 3/4 inch of foam. And it's kind of half between. I just lopped off a big piece of it to so essentially all this is going to be is a spacer to keep our brick from shifting up and down, side to side. A lot of times I would not try to do equal sides. I'd put the brick over to one corner and
Recording in progress.
Apparently everybody's home to eat dinner. Alright, let's get stacking this in as fast as we can. Cut it off just a tiny bit more. Now, if it isn't going to behave itself and shim in there nicely without making me, no, that's going to be too thick. This is why I keep all my bits of cardboard, of foam core and everything else. And you can see I'm an extremely precise cutter when it comes to shimming. One more. As I'm sitting here picking up all the bits from the floor. Alright, one more. Nope, it's gonna be too much, isn't it? Just cutting up a piece of mat board. You're not gonna be able to see it under the camera right now. Come out of there. Cannot stand mat board. Okay. There. That'll do there.
Recording in progress.
This is gonna be fun.
There you are.
Yeah, I'm back. Disgruntled, but back. Okay. So I'm gonna slide that piece in, and I'm gonna push the brick over. Dump all of the bits out of there. Ooh, that worked. All right. So I want to try to make sure that if somebody grabs hold of it, they're not going to feel it really move. And that's pretty good. And when I press down on it, I don't want to feel this flexing in and out. So when they grab onto it, it doesn't feel like it's hollow and moving, which it does not. Worst case, you slip a mat board in there just to make sure. But I think we're pretty good with that. And just grabbing this edge again. And I'm kind of pulling. Always make sure there's no carbuncles under there scarring your fabric. Your needle point as you're turning it. Gotta put one more on this side. And then I'm going to pull it directionally up. I'm going to go opposite side to pin it this time. And oh, I just wanted to thank all of you people that have had the very high temperatures for sending it to the Cape. I really love that you wanted to include me in your little heat wave. Thank you. I love you. Not.
I was gonna say, speak for yourself.
I mean, it on Cape, it becomes a humid, just drippy mess. It's definitely never a dry heat. So you walk outside and the grocery store after shopping for a little while and my glasses fog up. It's like, oh, yuck.
How hot is it there?
Today it's up to 85.
Oh,
It's not as bad as most, so I shouldn't complain, but it is very thick with moisture.
So Kelly, here in Texas, it's 105 and it feels like 110.
Ugh.
So,
Yeah, exactly. I shouldn't complain. I know. Shush my mouth. But
we're getting a cold wave coming in and it'll be 93 tomorrow, so we're all looking forward to that.
I'm in California, just 15 minutes north of the Golden Gate Bridge, and it's 78.
yeah, we had that yesterday where it was like 78 and no humidity. And then all of a sudden you wake up this morning and you walk outside and it's like dripping. You can feel that moisture. And then I went, this is why I have a headache, because these stupid high and low pressure systems that come through, they affect my sinuses. So it's like, oh, thank you. I love you too. All right, so now back to the hand sewing. And while I'm doing this, because my healing mat is rather coarse, I'm going to set this up on top of my smooth ruler because I don't want, I'm not sure, I think it's pearl cotton that he used, but I'm not really. It also has that kind of fuzzying look of silk and ivory, so I don't know. Alright, just gotta glue my knot. You know, I just kind of answered my own question about the whole feet thing. I think I'm going to have to do that, because if I put any kind of ribbon on it, I don't want it to be sliding across. So I got some of the rubber stopper kind of little footies. So I probably will end up using it just to keep it off of the decorative stuff. If you're actually watching, what I did is I took a little oil from the skin on my face and wiped it on my needle because it helps remove the glue that's on there. Alright, I'm going to start on the middle. Get working my way around. And I'm going to leave the pins in so on this area, because we do have a little bit of, I don't want to say pushback, but yeah, pushback from the stuff on the inside. And you know, when you're going around, just like with when you're putting cording on, your fishing line will relax a little bit because you can't keep the tension on really hard all the time. You cinch it in, I mean you can, but it's not easy. That means I have to hold it like this. It's just, you know, you kind of cinch it the best you can as you go around every time you pull it through. Should do a pretty good job. Kind of have to laugh on days like this when it's this hot. And I have my little dog is a Chihuahua mix, and he hates the rain, but he also, even though he constantly has has the option of grass under his feet. He hates this weather just as much. It's like, boy, you're a fussy little thing. Like, yeah, no, I'll go back in. Stop that.
Kelly, on
Ooh.
the backing fabrics and stuff, do you always use like a lighter weight type cotton or silk or something? Would an upholstery weight ever be too much?
Fabrics that I use are typically whatever color matches best. I use upholstery weight, I use silks. It's all dictated for me by what looks best with the design that I'm working on. I do not limit myself in that way.
I see.
Because you can accommodate for the thickness of your material. You just have to make your board a little bit smaller that you put on the inside of it to get the thickness so it doesn't, because if it was too thick and you didn't accommodate, it would be too big. It would make the piece too big to sit down in. So you're just going to make the board on the inside a little bit smaller, however thick it is, by, you know, an eighth or something like that, to make sure it fits in. And if for some reason if you cover the board that you measured with fabric and it hangs over, then just take the material off it, cut an eighth down, and try again. Just make sure it sits down in so that your seams meet like these do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And that's, you know, that's part of, this fabric is kind of thick. It really is. It is a decorative interior design fabric. So it would definitely have sat further in if it was, say, like a, how's it pronounced? Dupani silk.
Lupiani?
Yeah, it'd be a little bit thinner than this, and so this, if I had the same size box, it would fit down in further. And so the seams would probably pull together even nicer than this. But because it is slightly thicker, it does have a little bit of a rounded edge to it. But that's another thing you can do, is if you think, especially with a fabric like this that is more of a cotton, you could literally take your iron and kind of steam the edge and press these so that they have a crisper edge to them as well, if you wanted to. Just to...
I was just thinking that a fabric that had a little more heft to it than, let's say, a lighter weight cotton, let's say that you get in these quilting packs or something like that, because the needle might, you know, might pull through the fabric.
So that's why you put the fusible interfacing on everything. And then that way, that way you end up with a fabric that has nice body to it. That's why I put it on everything. Even certain upholstery weight ones that are like the velveteens that you can't get certain colors in, and they only come in an upholstery weight, your needle will pull right through some of those because of the nap that's in them. And fishing line is a very cutting fiber, for lack of a better term. Plastic, I mean, it's plastic, for heaven's sakes. So it loves to just shred right through stuff if you don't have proper backing for it. That's why I started using it, is because the velveteen, I just kept pulling right through it when I was trying to put, do the first round before I started doing things the way I do them now, where now I do both, attaching it to the back with the cording, and I used to sew a whip stitch all the way around, and then I would come back and put the cording on. Now I just, because of how I do it, I just do it, attach front and back with the cording at the same time. But yeah, and I like this particular, the SF101, because it is not that polyester web stuff that you can pull right through as well. It's actually like that cotton quilting fabric material with the fusible stuff on it. So it makes for a nice heft to it.
I see.
Now you got me started talking. Oh. Oop. Just bent that needle pin. All right. Here's the beginning and end. Now for the cording, you really only have to have about 1/2 inch. You don't want too big because then there's too much play in there and you can't kind of wedge things in, and but too tiny of a hole and you can't lay them kind of on top of each other and marry them together nicely, depending on what it is. Now you're going to see that I picked up something today that I never use, and that's pre-made cording.
I was just going to ask you if you make your own cording.
Typically I make all of it, because usually a lot of the pre-made cording is twisted the opposite, so when I'm trying to sew it on, I can't lay it in the way I normally lay it into the twists, and it gets me all messed up. So, but today when I was walking around and not knowing if I was going to even use the cording, but I saw this and I was like, oh, okay, that's some different stuff, and I don't hate it, because a lot of times it's got that kind of satiny covering where it's fibers that are wrapped around, excuse me, a cotton piece. They wrap that around it. Well, this is that, but it doesn't seem as shiny to me. And so, I kind of, I don't know, debating.
When you make your own, do you use DMC floss?
I use pearl cotton. I use anything that's going to get me the right color. I do not limit myself the same way with fabrics. I do not limit myself that way either. Whatever's going to give me the closest. And I don't use floss because they come in too short of a pack. So then you're having to use a ton of floss to do it. I'll use the pearl cotton, and I'll use, trying to spin it around so you can see it. I'll use the pearl cotton because it's a longer skein. But yeah, I mean, I'll use all different kinds of metallics from Rainbow. I have a whole big stash of stuff that I got for free when a shop was closing. And so yeah, I mean, I use a fuzzy yarn to get some of those really fun fuzzy things, because you just can't get it thick enough with certain, you'd break the bank using certain fuzzy things from the needlepoint fibers. So now we have to decide. Here is said cording, and it's not quite the same color, but it's pretty close. And I don't know if that's going to make it too formal for their kitchen or not. So, if
I think it adds a nice finish to it.
well, and that's just it, is that having that something on those seams does make a difference. My question is going to be, and I kind of already know my answer, is it needs to be smaller. It needs to be thinner so it disappears a little bit more, I think. But it is a decent style cording. Decorative ribbon, special occasion. I think it's supposed to be for like wedding invitations and stuff. So I'll have to see. I'll have to see if or you know, like the wedding decor area of Joann's things. So for right now, let's focus on what we're gonna do. Bear with me while I kind of adjust. So this is from the same area, save the date stuff. And I was debating on when I'm trying to decide things like this, I end up using like flathead pins to kind of pin it all together and decide. But when I actually attach these, once I've decided, I don't glue it all the way around because I find sometimes that it creates a ripple. And so what I do is I will glue this area down and I kind of do dog ears like this. I'm just gonna put, I know that there's a brick in there, so I can't go too far in with these. Of course, I'm not going to be able to find another flathead, but that's okay. Got some tiny ones here. So I'll glue this down, and then I'll bring this around, and I do the same thing with the ends on this, okay, and then pull it under like that. So I'm going to take it, put a pin there. Can you see it? Because then if I do a smaller bit over the top, if I decide to do another layer, I'm going to put that layer and tuck it in. So I don't want to do any gluing on this until I have fully decided what I want to do. I have done medium-sized grosgrain on the outside, right up to the edge, and then done another piece over the top to cover up the two side pieces because I couldn't find a good wide ribbon that was a nice color. So it's like two small on the outside, one medium in the middle, and because I didn't maybe want to show any of this side material. And then I have this gray, but it really is so much warmer than the front. I'm not really sure.
I don't like the.
Yeah. I just think it's too
I'd go with
much.
the blue maybe.
Well, I think what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to find pearl cotton that's the same blue, so it carries that around the outside, and just kind of let it disappear and not make it a design element for these pieces, for the cording area, instead of that gray.
That sounds really nice.
Because I am definitely about the added decorative things disappearing and letting the needlepoint speak for itself. But that's just I have a whole philosophy about, that. And not that, I mean, he's not the grandest stitcher yet, but I also know it's kind of for a kitchen area, and I don't want it too jazzy. So that dictates our decisions as well. I'm sure there are some people who get their things back from me and they're like, well, that's a little downplayed. And it's like, no, you did such a beautiful job on your stitching. I think it requires simple.
See, I think this lighter ribbon makes it a little bit more feminine. I'd be inclined to go with a darker blue.
Well, I think it kind of picks up the gray is what I was hoping it
Yeah,
would
you're
hint
probably-
at. Just that shimmer, But I have a darker blue. I'll go get it and we'll look at it. Because I am all for, and I have enough ribbon. I don't care about chopping it off. I'll put that under after. I'll reuse these pins right here for now. And how I'm gonna leave it is I think I'll leave it so when I walk up on it I can kind of see it. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some blue ribbon, see what I got. That's kind of a royal blue. Everything else is too sparkly that I have. I don't know, this might actually be really good. It's not the right, it's kind of warm.
Nah,
No.
no.
And yeah, this is way too dark. For the, yeah, there's nothing that dark in that. And that is way too blue as well. Okay. So if I do anything, I think that's gonna win. It's our best so far. And so this is a friend of mine's daughter's husband. They just got married. And she stitches, and so he started stitching. but her taste is so simplified. I don't want to actually mar the fabric underneath until I know that she actually likes it, 'cause she's kind of fussy, and she's one of these people that she knows what she likes when she sees it, but can't, because she doesn't visualize kind of that way. And I mean, I didn't know if I was going to like this until I saw it either. So I don't want to make it too, like you said, effeminate for him. So this isn't normally how I do this, so bear with me. So this is what we're going to do. I have to find, I just pulled one out. I'm gonna flathead, oh, I can't, dang it, I forgot. Gonna have to, okay, let's just get these pinned down like that. I'm going to sew these on, basically, is what's going to happen. So that if she wants them removed, they can be removed. Which, yeah, I don't normally do that. Because it's much easier to be able to tack them on and go for it. Okay. There. Oh, there's my other. Oh, I did have another flathead. Okay. One off on the side, not even touching a ribbon. What is that from? Underneath. Okay. Now, I will address this part now, because I need to measure the little feeties that I have for it. I wish they came without stickum on it, but they don't. And I feel that even when you have see, it's going to catch that ribbon. So I'd have to commit now. And that's going to be uneven then, and it's not going to sit right. Okay, I don't have to wait. I'm not going to worry about feet then. Let's sew this on. And did I put it back in? I did. So one of the things that you could do for the top, which I think I might do it, is do what I call a flat bow, where it's just literally loops that you kind of crease the ends on, and then you just put a middle piece on it, so it looks like basically a fake bow.
I think that would be good.
Yeah. Because then it's, you know, it's not too much. And again, we'll just tack it on, so if she doesn't like it, then it can be removed. but I think I need to. No, it's okay. Might need to move that over a skosh as I'm doing it.
You come to visit me?
I'm sorry? Okay.
Did someone else ask a question? I couldn't hear.
I know. I think it was just someone talking to someone in the room with them.
Oh.
Still, my favorite was the dog starting to snore. That was my favorite. English bulldogs, so cute. Okay. So what we're gonna do is this. I can take you off. And I can tack the top one down. Of course, I should have taken that one out beforehand. Okay, so when you're using hot glue like this and you want it smooth, lick your finger and press it on. Then it won't stick to you, and pull the ribbon up with it as you go. And it actually leaves a bit of a shine on it. Hope that just didn't gross you all out, but that's what I do. So. You see the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm going to try not to bunch up the ribbon and scar it on my table. I'm going to come in here to go out to the outer edge. Even if you use the glue to glue it down, I advise tacking it down, a final tack down, because of the ability for glue to be stupid and let go. You don't want to give this to someone or have it for yourself and have it come out of storage and now the ribbon's fallen off and you have to fix it before you can put it back out again.
Are you talking about only on the top there where it's joining?
Yep. The problem with trying to sew it on is going to be that you potentially are going to have lift or puckering as you pull it around. Feel free to, if you want to glue your ribbon all the way around and then, you know, tack it down, you can give it a shot. I have never had great luck with it, and so this is why I do things the way I do them. It just, nothing is more maddening than having to redo something because, I mean, can you imagine having to take this all apart because you glued it on and there's a ripple that just won't go away, or the two ribbons, the type of ribbon that you have, that's the other issue. You put the glue down and the ribbon that you have, it bleeds up through it and you see a glue line on the back side. which, unless it's a grosgrain, like if it's a satin, oh, it's more than likely going to happen. That's why a lot of people use the pins, and they pin it all the way around, and it stays nice and tight. But, you know, I had 2 girls. They're now in their 20s. And while I love to say, oh, my children were sweet, innocent angels, I know way better that, because I was a kid once, and, you know, oh, look at this. Let's, you know, I was the child that did disassembling of things and then putting back together. It's probably why my parents thought I was going to be an engineer. And so, you know, we all know kids are going to touch them, and I don't like taking chances on things that parents aren't always going to catch it. I mean, who can? And so I personally don't do that, and that's why I don't. And also because, so I don't know if anybody else had this in their family. It was very popular in the 70s where people were taking ribbon and covering like styrofoam balls with them, and then they would, you know, my one aunt, who was a wonderful artist, did some of the most gorgeous ones out there. And the problem with it is that over time, as the styrofoam, it loses gas, and so you end up having it shrink over time. And we ended up losing a lot of the sequins and things like that she had put on because the pins would just fall out. And so that's the other life lesson, is that I'm 53 years old and we still have the ornaments, but every year that I pull them out, I'm having to take care of them and try to keep them maintained so that they keep everything on them that's supposed to be on them. Okay, where did I end that? So I ended it way back there. Put it back in. Bring it up. Kind of, ooh, there it is. Doing this needle backwards, so I'm having a little issue with making sure it comes up where I want it to come up. There we go. And alright. Need a couple extra sets of fingers here, so pins come in.
Kelly, can you push your work a little bit away from you? Yeah, that's much better, thanks.
Okay.
I couldn't really see what you were doing.
Sorry. I was fighting with ribbon. Definitely wasn't worth watching. Oh, goodness. Come on. But thank you, because I get out of camera and I don't always notice. My screen is off to my left, because I have too many cameras and lights and everything else up in front of me. Okay, there's that. So I just need to go there. I'm gonna do very small. And I gotta make sure, you wanna make sure to be catching the material when you come back down. Going through the ribbon. Doing that ladder stitch again. Grosgrain is nice, but it does like to leave little weird pull marks that you have to be careful of. Okay. A lovely blaze of sunlight coming through. Must be close to 7 o'clock. Oh, 6:30, close enough.
Kelly, could you talk about your circular needles there, please? Because I'm finding that either what I buy is already sort of not sharp enough, or they dull quickly. I'm not sure which one.
Okay.
And so I feel like I should, maybe the size is wrong. I'm not sure.
No. The what kind are you getting?
I'd have to go get the package. I don't
Okay.
have it.
Okay.
In fact, I even think I have the package.
I'm guessing they're probably a Dritz of some kind.
Yeah, that makes sense. When I'm
Um,
looking at it, it's in my pin cushion, but I don't have the,
Okay, is the shape like that?
yes.
Like a semicircle? Okay, so then that's a Dritz. If you feel like it isn't, well, I shouldn't say that because Dritz does two kinds. One that is more, has like straighter ends versus the semicircle. I
Yeah.
prefer this kind. I don't like the other kind because I can't come up close enough. I am thoroughly annoyed that they do not have a finer metal like they used to make smaller holes. I mean, it really makes me mad. And I try to go on, if I see them on eBay, where it looks like there's a lot of some sewing sundries that somebody's just getting rid of that, used to be grandma's or something. I'll try to find those and buy them because the older needles were thinner and much nicer.
Thick.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, you are not the only one. So, I can already, what am I going to do about this?
Kelly, have you tried the John James curved quilting needles?
I have not. I can't say that I have. I've gone through and tried to find other needles. One of them was, bear with me. So I have the birch ones, which, see how straight that is? I don't like those. These tend to be a little sharper. These are the Dritz quilters. Then I had some from another company that might be the ones you're talking about, but they were the beading needle, not the quilting curved needle. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, 'cause they do make a blunt edge tapestry curved needle, which wouldn't work, but
Oh, so if you feel like your just yours is not sharp enough, like it just doesn't have a sharp enough point for you, then what you can do is I actually have it's a needle sharpener, and it just looks like a little wedge, and I literally or just a sharpening stone for a knife, a whetstone, and I'll just sit there and like go back and forth. Don't go circles because that'll dull the end. I just kind of go back and forth and put a point on it that will catch so that it will go in, because I know what you're saying, and it is extremely annoying to try to come up through something and it's just not sharp. And I used to go through the thinner needles a lot more, as far as because they would break. But I didn't care because they left less of a hole. And I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to cut that off, because if she decides.
These are hard to push through. And, you know, I feel like they're too thick and they're not sharp enough. So I'm going to try that sharpening.
So, are you using the 2-inch or the 2.5, the big one?
Oh my goodness, I don't know.
Okay.
You know, I got the package with the assorted, yeah, like that.
Okay. These are huge compared to these. Now, if I'm on a pillow, I'll use these, because a big pillow, because you get more room and, you know, the size isn't as bad. The fibers and the fabrics and the needle point, you can just cruise through it. But I switched back to the 2-inch recently because I felt the same way. I'm like, this thing is way too big. It's not going through. It's leaving this larger one. It's leaving too much of a hole. And these are just a tiny bit thinner, so I'm going to go ahead and change it out. But I am, because I've seen people posting about it, and I am of the same mindset. I'm not happy with them anymore. And unfortunately, due to Dritz had a period where they were thinner, but then the metal went inferior. And so then they switched back to a better metal, but then they made them thicker. And it's like, come on, guys. You know, for quilters, it really, you know, I would think they would want less of a gauge of a needle so that it wasn't as thick and less of a hole. But now it's such a big hole. I can't imagine they like it any more than we do. And this thing is fraying and annoying me. Excuse me. So, I mean, if they had a blunt-ended one tapestry needle that was curved, that was a tapestry needle that you could sharpen down, that was skinnier, I would totally do that. But, okay. I'm not hating that. And it sits well. Got a little wobble just because of that bow on the bottom, but we'll have to see how the cording goes. Not that you guys want to watch me put on cording, but so if I'm doing bow for the top, Where's my big thick stuff? There. I just kind of gave up. I mean, I even ordered some that were like from Australia because they looked like they were on eBay and they just looked thinner. And the people were kind of astonished. They're like, "Why are you?" And I said, well, you know, I'm looking for a very specific thing. And this is why. And one package got lost on the way here. And they were very nice and obviously sent out another one right away. Let's see how this looks. So I'm just taking a piece like this. I don't know, this ribbon may be too thick. This will be glued. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. This is all going to be covered, so we don't really care if it's not dog-eared and all of that stuff. Okay. I put that hot glue on there and it reheated the glue on the back side. Wonderful. Come on, behave. Do it pinched or no? All right, I gotta turn my iron on. So whenever I do needlepoint bow ties, I have to create a little center for them, and I'm going to basically do the same thing I do for them. Once my iron comes up to temperature. But yeah, definitely just take a whetstone that you sharpen your knives with and just basically went back and forth just to make enough of an edge. Use it on the worst one that you have, basically. Waiting for it to get up to temp.
I'm gonna try that, thank you.
Yeah, I was very excited when I got the beading needle, and then when I went to the curved beading needle, and then when I went to actually, you know, put it in, I went, yeah, no. That's not going to go through anything that I have to make it go through. That's sad. So I'm just going to turn over the edges. See how it looks. Ow! I'm not going to put the shiny on it, I think. I'm going to leave that off. Usually when I'm doing a bow tie, I just use a moire material. Another material that's become hard to find anymore because it is passé. But I love moire. Okay, let's see if this is too thin now. I might have made it too thin. Too thin, too thin. I wonder if I do that. And that. Maybe. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that iron back over here, and there's hot glue in there. No, there isn't any there. We'll see. I'm just going to reheat it. The faux bow. You wouldn't think it would be that difficult to make a faux bow, but again, time to engineer. I'll have to look at which way is going to look the best too. That's all going to have to be on the back side for sure. I don't know. Still too thin. Have I bored you to tears yet?
Not at all.
Oh.
It's kind of nice actually to see a professional struggle, so if we struggle, it's not.
Well, that's why when I do my videos, I never edit anything out because, you know, you need to see that it's not just you that is, you know, has challenges. Everything, every finish has the potential to present some challenge. So earlier I was talking about my friend who started doing finishing, and she was like, "Oh, why didn't you tell me about that before?" Well, then she also messaged me one night. She's like, why can't I have just one piece, just one, that goes together easily? And I said, because nobody has that. I said, she goes, come on, you do too. And I said, no, I don't. I said, I always have challenges. It's not just always cut and dry for me. I said, it just, that is what it is. It is the animal that it is. All right, you. I have a certain.
Well, if you're
Go ahead.
only getting about a half of what the shops are charging, or maybe even a little less, I wonder how worth it is. But
Well,
I don't know.
Well, and that is the truth. But you know, when I was 2 small children, and it allowed me to stay home with my kids,
Sure.
that's when it was worth it, you know. And
Sure.
Sometimes do you just want to cry because it's like, come on, but you know, you just kind of suck it up and keep moving on. I think that's what we need to do, is pinch it in. But then it wouldn't be that kind of a flat bow, would it? I don't know. I'm not in love with it. Just not. I wonder if I'd be okay with it if this wasn't there. Try the other way. Okay, that I don't hate. All right. It's this thing that was throwing me off.
I think it is more masculine without the
Shimmer.
lightweight.
Yep. But I don't mind it on the main ribbon. I just don't care for it on this bow thing. I think it just doesn't add anything. If anything, it's taking away from it. So let me see if we do this. When we do that, let me look at it from the top. After all that, I just don't think it adds anything to it. I don't know.
But do you need something on top to cover up where you joined the other ribbons?
No, the other ribbons are on the bottom.
Because that's on the bottom.
Yeah.
I get it, yeah.
That's why I'm like, I don't know. So, are you guys still there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. No,
Yeah.
the reason why I'm asking is because all of a sudden the screen disappeared. that's the Zoom screen, and it was just behind another window, so I'm sorry. So yeah, I appreciate you guys sticking with me as I'm trying to figure out what to do. I think that ultimately I am going to end up taking this off and putting the feet on and just leaving it absolutely plain. Just because of who he is and what they're using it for. I just have a feeling that's what she's going to want versus this. And I cannot put those feet on the bottom, I don't think, with these.
Clay, are you still gonna add cording around the edges?
I don't know that I am, because it's, I don't know. I'm debating. See, that one would fit. I'm just not sure if this end would fit. All right, if you guys are up for it, I'll make some cording.
I'm up.
I'm up. All right. Hold on. Let me see if I have a blue that's going to work. I really was thinking that gray was going to work. Oh, are we going to get lucky because I have this? So I have about, I don't know, 12, 15 different bins over here that are filled with pearl cotton. And there's one of my 20-year-old, one of my daughters went through and put them all. See, and I was just about to say, I wonder. I gotta get it out of the light. I think that's too warm. They put them all into baggies for me, and got them all. These are all too dark. And my oldest is the one that did it, and she said, "I'm doing these once. You better put the stuff back." And I just looked at her and I was like, "Really?" She goes, "I'm not doing it again." And like, I remember quite a few times when I basically cleaned your room a million times. I don't really think you should be that sassy with me. I think that's as close to the, still a little bit warm. Because I know I don't have the gray. I already know I don't have the gray because I tried to pull and that's too vibrant.
Are you gonna do just one color, or are you thinking of mixing them?
I will probably do one color so that it melds right into the blue that he has already stitched.
Oh, okay.
I have a feeling this is like almost a periwinkle versus, that's too light. Yeah. Yep. I think that's it right there. Let me see if this is the same number. 322. Yep, those are both 322s. Nope, that's 977. That's almost the lighter color in that stripe. And it's almost the color of the pale blue lettering that he picked a color for the funny saying part of it that was almost the same value as his gray in the background. So it is a little difficult to,
Yeah, it kind of blends in.
it does. So that's why I wonder, because see, that is like that same tone. I wonder if I shouldn't do the lighter tone. Pull that around the edge. I don't love using 3 on cording, but when it's the right color, I use it. And this is going to be, so it's 7, that's 14, so 24, so I don't have to basically unwind it. Love that. Alright, let me grab this.
What was your thinking when you were measuring those and you said you don't have to unwind it?
So one of the reasons I'm saying that is because you were talking about cording earlier,
Uh-huh.
and so when I make cording, watch the camera of me, which usually is up higher, but after something I did the other day, it ended up lower, the computer class. So you have your pearl cotton opened up like this, and here's the knot.
Uh-huh.
You cut it. This is 36 inches. 36 inches, when it is made into cording, you end up with about 28 to 29 inches of cording. So because this is only 24 inches, maybe 25, I don't have to sit here and unwind it from this.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I
I see
can
what you're
just
saying.
cut it, and and that's 90% of the time. That's what I do, unless it's a really long pillow. So that's 3. Since it's number 3, I think we're only going to do 4 strands, because I would do 6 strands of number 5 for thin cording. And since this is really thick, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 1 for the back. 1, 2, 3, 4. So one of my options today that I almost picked up for those feet versus these sticky things, which now I'm really wishing that I had done, are the upholstery decorative tacks that you can get. 1, 2, 3, 4. They had a gray that was almost the same color as this metallic matte, not shiny. But I was afraid that it being the metal, that it would slide and wouldn't be a good bookend. So that's why I chose not to do that. And I'll leave the ribbon on for now, but I have a feeling once I get this cording on, I might just keep it simple and take off the ribbon. But I didn't want to teach a class that was so oversimplified, because this person wants something uber simple. Ugh. So I tie, my teeth just went right through that. tie off my end with fishing line. And then fill the end with glue. And I just wet my fingers like you would do with a hot pan to keep the glue from sticking to me and to stop it from hurting. Or you can get the flat paddle pliers and just squish it, make it skinny. I have to make it skinny because of the vise that I use is a fly tying vise. Tape, 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 tape. Three pieces of tape. Smooth out all of your fibers. You start it, the tape, tab that way, and you roll it to the right or clockwise, and you roll that end right in that tape. Otherwise, if you just pinch it off as you're trying to twist it, it'll come untwisted. I'm just going to twist this by hand because I feel like when I do this tinier cording, it's just more of an effort to deal with the drill, and it starts to annoy me, so I'll just do it by hand. And that's starting to kink. It's getting really hard to twist, and you can see, I don't know if you can see those little kinks that are coming up. If I keep doing that, if I keep rolling it, it's going to over twist and twist over itself and make a bump. Just untwist it back a little bit. So I just tacked that into the side of my blocking board, that my little tiny steamy board that I keep under there. Doing the same thing, I smoothed out my pieces, rolling it clockwise. And since so pearl cotton and well, hold on. So Kreinik you can twist either way. If you're a person that wants to turn counterclockwise, and then put your two twists together and then turn them clockwise, Kreinik won't hate you. Pearl cotton will hate you because the way they twist it on the machine, you're basically going against the way they twist it in production. So you always have to go clockwise with both your strands and then counterclockwise. At this point, you put your tape the other direction, that way, because you're going to be turning it counterclockwise now. Keep this tight. You have to keep tension on it, otherwise it'll just spring back. You want a very controlled twist to go back, okay? And you don't just twist it till it looks okay. You over twist it back clockwise, counterclockwise. So just keep twisting and twisting and twisting. And it's going to start to get hard to twist this way. See how tight that is? And I kind of smooth it down. Don't give yourself rope burn. I kind of almost did. Alright. And then we trim that into a point. And the reason that I do the glue there not only so it can get into the vise, but when I put this into this hole, if there's only fishing line there and I push that in and I bust the fishing line, then what happens is this will untwist, and we don't want that. So let's make another one, because we got to do the back side. And I actually am really loving the twist cord, the cord coloring, because it's going to marry all of the ribbon and everything together. And I have a feeling, because of how we're going to be sewing it on, it's probably going to give us a little better balance on our bottom, and I won't feel like I have to use feet. Okay. And you know what? Hold on, guys. I gotta turn on some lights. The ceiling is so dark in this barn that when the sun starts going down, it kind of like it's dark in here. Okay, smooth it out. Need our 3 pieces of tape. Let's see if I can. So, go on like that, roll to the right, and then we twist. I actually think by just seeing that cording on, laying on top, it actually kind of makes the lettering pop that was kind of receding back a lot. Okay. Okay.
Hi, it's Peggy. I'm returning your call. I'm still doing that Zoom class for needlepoint finishing, but I'll call you when it's over. Okay, bye.
So
Oh, sorry, I thought I was on mute.
that's all right. So see the knot that's in this? We're not going to worry about it because we can always push it to the inside. I'm not going to unfurl all of that because of that knot. I'm sorry, I'm running long, Peggy.
No, I'm fine. It's just I have a friend who's kind of impatient.
Oh.
She keeps calling me.
Oh dear. I have friends like that too. They're called my children. Why aren't you at my beck and call right now? Because I have a life. And yes, it involves needlepoint, and you can just stop making fun of me.
Do any of your children needlepoint?
Nope. I hate to
You
tell
actually
you.
needlepoint.
I was going to say, I hate to tell you. I don't needlepoint. Occasionally, I have made a couple models recently so that I could teach a class. I actually made them a long time ago when I was thinking of doing this. And so, yeah. Yep, I do not. I got into the industry in a roundabout way and started as a painter. I answered an ad for a freelance artist. And I started as a painter, and then the store owner's daughter had a baby, and I made her a baby blanket, and she got all giddy and said, you can sew? And that was the beginning of the end for me.
Ah,
So, oh yeah, we have plenty of cording, so I don't have to worry about the knot. And even if we did, I wouldn't worry about it because I learned how to bury them. Excuse me while I clean all the schmutz. I want this cutting board off of here. Oh, excuse me. And I'm gonna move this back in place. There. You know, when I have to get into carton, you know, those totes and things like that, I'm just dumping stuff on each side of me, and then I have to try to get up again, and I end up falling all over myself. All right. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we put a little glue on it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Typically, the front side is always a little faster just because I find that needlepoint is easier to go in and out of. So when I sew cording on to ornaments onto anything, I always stitch with the needlepoint facing me so that if at any point my cording doesn't want to, or my fishing line doesn't want to go in between the twists the way I want it to, the only place you would see it would be on the back side versus on the front side. Alright, so typically when I sew cording on, I keep it in front of me like this. Pull that in. Then we look and see. We want to really, here's the beginning of the thread, fishing line. Hold on. So, where is it? Here. Okay, there's the fishing line. We're going to bring it all the way back to there to put it in. So we have a good 1/4 of an inch cinching down on that cording. You never ever put it straight in and straight out, or straight in and then go down, come up, because that's when you'll see it on the back side, is if you just go straight in. Do the angle and slide it in between. And yes, this cording is going to cover 1 row of his border, but I think it's okay because it still looks okay. You know what I mean? It's not covering up all of it, and we can still see that color, so it almost looks like a pinstripe. I think what I need to do is, as I'm putting this in, I'm actually going to, instead of coming into the needlepoint like this, I'm actually going to keep coming into the material edge on the back side so it stays off and doesn't creep up on top of it, if that makes sense. Where you cinch it down to really does make a difference on how it lays. If you cinch it only into the needle point, then the chance that if for some reason it pulls away, they're going to see a seam that you might not want them to see. But this seam is so, you can't see any waste canvas. You don't literally have to hide your mechanics with the cording on this particular piece. It really is a finishing design element that is just adding to the piece. So this corner is going to be a little tricky because there's a lot of glue on that material. Okay, turn that. I'm going to come up there, and this is where I'm going to kind of come on the back side of the needle point to make the jump around this corner. And I'm going to grab a little bit of fabric, come back up like that. Come back up. Okay. You know, so one of the fabrics I was looking at using was the same color as the pale lettering. I had it, it's a moire, but I felt like for this particular piece, the moire was going to look a little dated for them. And so that's why I went out and I got something else. And I think that as a design element, it's funny how when you go into, okay, let's see what I have, and the color that I didn't think I was going to use, I end up using. I have a lot of those kind of moments where it's just like, oh, wow, okay. What I was thinking of and what I ultimately ended up with was a better
I
option.
think that this fabric that you ended up with is much better than a moire if it's gonna go in the kitchen. kind of thing.
Exactly, exactly. And you know, it's
It's a little stuffy.
well, exactly. It's way too formal. And I will say that I typically will not use a quilting cotton. I think batiks are about, you know, when I want something a little jazzy or that I can have a little freedom with for like the lining of a purse or something like that. I can get funky with those. But I just feel that they don't, the quilter's cotton, even though you can get really fun novelty things on them, I would use them as a lining, but to put them on the back of things, I tend not to do it because it just doesn't have
Seems a little flimsy.
the panache either. You know, the finish of the fabric, somebody's getting it back and they look at it, and from a professional, you know, it's one thing if they choose it themselves and they love it, that's great. But when you send something out and you're spending a lot of money on it and it comes back with a inexpensive, say it was a solid because that was the best color, it's I don't find that a fabric unless you're going to cover it with an overlay of a sheer that's going to give it a little sparkle or a little just to give it a high-end look to it. I tend to stay away from it because I don't want them to think that I couldn't find something that was a little more high-end. So,
I agree with you 100%.
you know, I mean, it's just the finish of it, the quality aspect of it, as far as, and I'm not trying to be a snob. I'm not. But I just know that from the fabrics that are given to me to use, whether it be an ultra suede or, you know, a really beautiful silk and things, that high-end fabric, it does, it's like, oh, well, then it's worth it. You know, it's kind of like when something is heavy, people give it more value. It's true. It's true. It's been proven that when something is, ooh, feel that, oh, that's heavy, oh, that must be quality. And so, makes me laugh. I'm also a florist and have been for longer than I've been doing this. And even though certain styles are more popular now, people still equate a bigger arrangement with being more expensive. And so you could have an arrangement that has, you know, gorgeous orchids and are very high-end flowers, but they receive a vase filled with less expensive flowers, but it's twice the size. They still look at it, and the average person is going to look at it and think that the value is greater on the bigger piece. So it can be very challenging in that industry to make sure that what you're making is also reflecting the amount of money that the people are spending. It seems to be extremely prominent in funeral work as well.
Oh,
I know, but you know, we still have. We were laughing because I don't know if any of you remember them. You don't see them as much anymore, at least not in my area. Is the fireside baskets used to be so popular in the 80s when I was working in the floral industry. And they're the baskets that, look like a gathering basket, and they're just filled. And you have to sit them on the floor because they're so big. And yeah, the trends definitely have gone away from them, but the people still love them. They still love them. I think they're probably going to laugh when they go to pick this up because it is so heavy. Oh my gosh. I love it when I go to UPS and have to ship brick covers. Is there anything fragile? Da 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 da. No, I'm shipping. And what are you shipping? A brick. It's covered in pretty needlepoint, but it's a brick. I actually had one box that had 4 in it because I could put it into one of the priority boxes that you only paid X amount, and as much stuff as you could fit in it was always the flat rate. There we go, flat rate. My mail lady was like, "What have you got in here?"
that's funny.
Yeah,
Shipping is getting pretty
it
expensive too.
it is crazy. It really is.
There's a shop in Rehoboth that does free shipping called Stitch Stash.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how long she's going to be able to keep up free shipping, but maybe she just works everything up just a touch more to compensate for it.
Yeah, well, it's worth it. I mean, if you can offer that, but yeah, it is something, man. It's ridiculous.
Well,
all
I'm trying to buy
relative.
some canvases online, and I get to the shipping part, and they want to charge me $13 for one, 5x8 canvas or something to
Ooh.
ship it. And I think maybe I don't need this canvas.
Oh my gosh.
I know it just seemed like overkill.
Yeah, and that's usually priority mail, typically, from what I found recently when I was doing some. I had put out some inexpensive canvases with like a pack of the things that I use, and I went to do the shipping things, and I'm like, no, it's going to be first class because I'm not having somebody, yes, if they choose that option, fine, but $14 to send a 4-ounce, priority mail. Oh my goodness, forget that.
Yeah, that's how I feel too.
So I just said first class, and might take another day to get there, but
Well, with all the stash I have, if it took a year to get there, I'd still be okay. In my situation, sometimes you want to do something fast for a special occasion.
right. Well, and so many people have gotten through a significant amount of their stash too, with COVID.
Right.
But
But
you know,
unless they're finishing it themselves, they're not getting it back for 9 months.
yep, that's very true. I know that. So I also work for my distributor, that the company that distributes my line. I do their website and things like that. And it's just amazing. It just hasn't slowed down. People are just ordering. It's like, wow, okay.
You have a line of canvases?
Oh yeah.
I did not know that. Who distributes you?
CBK Needlepoint. So if
And do you go, what's the name on your canvases?
Stark Art Designs.
Oh, I'll have to look.
Yeah. Yeah. If you saw the topper class, that was
No, I missed that one.
well, that's my design. So if you saw the finished piece on any of the places where I posted it, the ball with the snowflakes and the little bow on the
Oops,
top.
you froze.
Uh-oh. Am I still frozen? Yes? Yep. I'm trying.
Kelly, visually, it sure looks like you chose the perfect scale of quick. It really is so complimentary. It's not overwhelming at all, but it's like it's the perfect size.
Can you see me still?
Yep.
Am I back?
Yep.
Oh,
Yes.
phew. Oh, good.
Yes.
Thank goodness, because I was about to leave and assign. Yeah, and I don't even mind that it's number 3. The pearl cotton being 3. Usually I don't use this because it has a coarseness to it. Oh, sugar.
I've never even seen 3.
Oh, yeah. So here's 3. And here's 5. Can you see the difference?
So it's a little thicker.
It's like double.
Hard to tell. Okay.
Yeah.
I've
Yep.
just never seen it.
Yep.
I've seen the 5 and the, I think, 8 and 11, and that's it.
Oh, wow. The skinny stuff. Right? 5, 8, 11. 3
Yeah.
is, no, 3 is, yeah, the skinny stuff. So
Mhm.
3 is the bigger. Yep. Yeah, I'm really happy with this. I think it adds kind of a chunkiness that is going to be good for
Yeah.
the design aesthetic aspect. Totally unexpected, of course. Like I said, happy accidents happen all the time.
I think it grounds the stitching.
Yes.
I do too.
It finishes it. I just didn't like the gray. That gray that was pre-made, it's too big.
It sort of flattened the piece as opposed to this sort of brings it out.
Right? This and the shine from this is totally different than the shine that you get on the pre-made stuff. The gray that I had was kind of a matte finish, but this has just enough shimmer to it without having sparkle that it is complementary. I don't think I'm going to be able to go much further with this. line. Almost there. All right. Knot it off there. Pull this up a little. There. Now at this point, not only am I going to grab another piece of thread to finish it off, I am going to knot it off so I can put it in. You really, you definitely need to watch how I kind of continue to twist my cording tighter, because as you go around it, it will loosen, and you got to make sure that it's the same tension all the way around. All right. I think I need to get some more fishing line. All right, let's twist that back up again. And so one of the things I was going to say earlier is if I was going to do this, I like doing solid colors in a certain respect because of, I want this to go just far enough past this. That's why that's my measurement past. Because sometimes I think doing the bicolor and the tricolor can become distracting on certain pieces. You have all this gorgeous stitching and then a tricolor cord or even just a bicolor cord that is extremely contrasty. So when I get to this point, I also glue this end as well for the exact same reason that I glue the other end. I'm about to push this in and I don't want it to come unfurled. But I feel sometimes it makes it look too busy, and unless it is a really important design element. Now I would consider doing this darker blue and this lighter blue, and that would pull it all together as well. But I like having the solid, and by not having the other color blue in my arsenal so that I could add it, I think it's, you know, just a better option. But yeah, that's kind of my theory on why I tend to not use, if I get to choose. It's not because, oh, this is easy to marry and so I want to do it. It's a conscientious choice of, I want this to be the eye-catching part. But most of the time I kind of do tone on tone things if I'm going to do bicolor that are much more subtle than, like, unless the black and white is very prevalent and it needs that to help pull your eye around. Even then I don't do that. I tend to go with something that is complementary and fades in the background. Now you want to make this so that it just kind of lays behind the other piece. So I'm going to come up just past, all right? Okay. And what I do is this tail gets put behind this piece that you started with. And they're going to essentially lay right under. Don't stick it straight down in. You want it to run even with it. So we're going to take this one and we are going to push it under like that. And there it is. That one's going to roll like that. That's about as good as it gets.
That looks good.
That's amazing.
All right, so here we are here. And we're going to slide this in here. And I'm going to show you how to get rid of kind of that lumpy. That one always gets a little lumpy because we pushed it. So we slide this through. Don't try to grab and go like we've been doing, because we're going to come, I'm kind of coming into the, I'm going to come into the front of the needle point, into that first line. We're going to come up just past. So basically we're kind of lacing back and forth. See how that cinched that down there? Now we turn it like this. We're going to come up. This is where our other cord began. So now we're going to come up here. All right. And what we want to do is we want to grab this fabric here, run behind it down to here, and pull that all together. You can see that we're going to have to do a little pushing and pulling, but it will be okay. It'll get all flattened back out again like I just had it. So this has way too much unstitched. So we're going to jump through again. I'm going to come all the way down to there. All right. Put a stitch here. I don't want, the reason I'm pulling it through and kind of going in and out is I don't want to pull this where it's married together out. So I want to, remember how we've been putting it into the material for the most part? I'm going to do the same thing. I'm grabbing down into the material. And I'm coming back up through the material on this side and cinching that down. I gotta Gotta get back on the back side here. And now that I'm all the way down here, I can lay in another stitch, and that'll hold all of that together. So it's a little different on pillows, like when you marry them together, because you want to put all of this towards the needle point side and bury it so you can't feel it through the pillow. But this, because of the foam core and everything, we want to try to eliminate a little bit of what we've got, and I'll show you what I mean in a second, because this just doesn't want to grab into this needlepoint canvas. I want to make a knot and be done, but ouch. All I want is like one little bit. Heaven forbid. Knot it. Okay. Yeah. Come on. Don't be a pain. There. Okay. So that's how you put that on. You need to run that long tail back through somewhere. So we'll just go through here. Pull it tight. That makes that knot suck in and disappear. Hold it tight without clipping the fabric. Clip it, and then it'll disappear under your fabric. So what we have going on the front is these pieces. You can see 2 stitches there. We don't want to see that. So just bring your dowel needle in and pull that stitch back behind. Also, I can see that underneath there, like that. So when you have one that's a little fatter, you can either kind of push like this to get it to go the direction it needs to go. You can bring your dowel needle between and push and kind of twist so that it pulls it down in. You can also, if you have a really long one there, just kind of slide your needle in and give it a tug, and it'll pull the fibers this way, that twist in line. Okay? So you can hardly see it. Just like that. Oh, I think that made it. Definitely.
Frozen.
Oh. Am I still frozen? Still?
You're frozen on my side.
Okay. Anybody else have me frozen? Yep, it says it's unstable. Let's give it a second and see if I come back. I'm leaving. Hello. Did I lose you again?
Nope, see you. There you are.
You're back. Okay.
Oh, now you're gone.
Serious?
I hear you, but you're like the screen is black. Mine anyway.
Okay.
I can see you on mine.
Okay. How are we doing? Can I still be seen
I
by
still can't
some?
see you.
I can see you and hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you and not see you, but if I'm the only one, just don't worry
I
about it.
can hear and not see also.
Okay. Come on. Alright, well, we'll give it a second, and if it doesn't, I'll go out and come back in again. I'm just going to start the other cording, so you're not missing anything. I just have to remember where the long space is. Well, I guess that's it. Okay, am I still invisible to some?
I cannot see you, I can hear you.
Alright, honey, just give me a second and I'll pop out and come back in. Okay. Can everybody see?
Still no picture on my side.
Uh-oh. Maybe you need to go out and come back in.
Mhm.
Give it a shot. Okay. Can everybody else see me?
I can see you and hear you fine.
Okay. Just making sure. Of course.
I left and came back, but I still can't see you.
Oh.
I left and came back, and there you are. Such a miracle.
Oh. Well, now for some reason, somehow I made myself tiny and I can't see.
There you're gone again. Never mind. I don't know if I'm the only one. It's okay.
All right. Well, I'm just going to keep going and not try to make myself any bigger or anything because I don't know what's going on.
And there you're back again. It's got to be the internet. It really does. You know,
Yeah.
it's just fading and coming back.
All right. Well, I'm just doing cording, so it's the same thing you've been watching for the last half hour. And it is recorded, so if you want to come back, we can. As I look over to make sure my side is still recording. Okay. I should probably be doing it the other way, but I'm going to do it this way. Can you still see me? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, no, I meant like is it in camera view? Because like I said, my picture for Zoom is now about the size of a postage stamp. It's like, oh, how did I do that? I don't want to touch it because I don't want to like jinx myself and disappear. Ooh. Please don't let
No,
that.
you're in the middle of the review for me.
Okay. I just heard something snap and that kind of scared me because I think it could be one of the original stitches that's holding the back on. So it's a good thing I'm going around this, I guess. Yeah, this definitely needed to be on here just to keep these corners behaving, because this material kind of frayed in the corner areas where the darts were. So we needed to cover up some, come on, mechanics. Glue. Necessary evil, but still, Oh, and you guys may be surprised, but Hobby Lobby does have a lot of taffetas and satins and things you can use as overlays, and they actually have a decent decor material section, like with the big giant rolls. I was kind of surprised. I didn't think it was going to be, but they do have a pretty decent allotment of that. Thankful, because my Joann's doesn't have squat for it. Alright, I gotta bring this up. I don't know why it's so different from the other. Probably because I'm going the wrong direction. I hope you guys finally got your cameras going. Because if all you can do is hear me, that's... listening to me breathe while I do this is boring.
No, you're in full view.
Oh, good, good, good. Hold on a second, guys. I have to message home, or else they start worrying that I got in a car accident on the way home. Yeah, okay. No, that almost happened when I went to go get X-Acto blades. And somebody decided they didn't want to turn left, so I'm just going to go back into the other lane I was just in without signaling. And continue to come, even if you honk at me. Uh-oh. Did you see that? I see that. That is not good.
What are we seeing or not seeing?
So this cording rolled in. Can't have that.
Now, what will you do differently to keep that from happening?
So I'm going to come back to this side. Come. Can you see? Am I in view? Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm
You're
coming up on the corner. Okay. So now my thread is literally there on the corner, and I'm gonna come much straighter over, I think. Should I? Yeah. I'm going to do what I was telling you guys to don't necessarily do that very much. And I'm going to come straight up there. So now that's going to cinch down there. I just basically put an extra stitch in ahead of the corner to keep it where it should be. And then coming back, and grabbing up. There. There it goes. There. Yeah, we just needed another one there. So the fabric that's on the back is so much thinner compared to our needle point. We have to watch it as we round the corners because it just doesn't have the stability that needlepoint has. And you can't just kind of, it doesn't have that structure of the heavy canvas on the inside. Deja vu cording. I think I've already been here before. Come on. Next corner. This time I'm coming up right on point. There we go. Every time the AC kicks on, I hear something clunking downstairs, and I keep just telling myself, creepy old barn, it's nothing, it's nothing. Still freaks me out.
And you're in the building by yourself?
Oh yeah. Yes, yes. It's over 100 years old. So I would creak and groan too, I'm sure.
Did you go through the cording like you're doing now? As opposed to, I thought when you did the angel, was it yesterday or the day before? That you went over the top and just buried the fishing line in the groove?
When I had to, no, I'm doing it the same way I do all my cording. At the very end, when I had the accidental loop that I had a boo-boo and I had to recover from, that was me shoving it in. No, I'm doing the same thing. I'm laying it to the back, going through the cording, and going through. Coming up.
Oh, but when you're attaching the cording to sew the front to the back, like on the angel, you do go over the top. No?
I always go through. Might not have been able to see. I'm laying it between, I lay it down in between the twists as I go.
Uh-huh,
I'm not just
Right.
going over the top, and I literally slide the needle. Hold on, wait until I get up on top and I'll show you. So it may have looked like I was just taking it and coming over. Hold on, I gotta get a stitch out further. There. Okay. When I pulled it across like this to show you where I was taking it,
uh-huh,
I did slide my needle between the twists and then
oh, okay,
in like that. So
Okay.
even though I show it to show you how I'm laying it across, I am actually going through it
I
to
see, okay,
sew the
thanks.
cording on. Yep. Yeah, because I don't want you doing the other way, because then you'd see your, it wouldn't hide in between. We're hiding it between. How did I end up with not enough on here? Thought I grabbed enough fishing line this time. Ha! The heck. And that is gonna be that. So, yeah, I definitely am not going to be putting feet on this, I can tell. And at least now with the cording, it's going to be nice and even. Right? Okay. Whoop! Almost put it through without my needle threaded. Alright, now we tie that. Cut that off. You know, they say, hey, message if you're going to be long. Then they don't pay attention to your message. What the heck, people? Almost to the fun part. I don't usually do my glue end this far out because I don't want to take a chance that as I'm twisting up to it, I make it too short. But since it's a solid color, because when you're marrying bicolor, tricolor, you have to start kind of adjusting the twist to hopefully end up with your pattern in the correct spot. And I think someone was right when they said that they want a whole video. I think I might need to just do like a montage of all of my videos where I marry cording together, so it's all on one thing, so you can just sit and watch that. Oops, I gotta finish sewing it.
That'd be good.
Sure.
So normally the amount of overlap, is about, is it a half inch or so?
Yeah, but see, I made this a little longer, so if I have to twist it to keep my spacing,
Uh-huh.
I made it a little bit longer than I usually do. But because
So
I
would you
don't,
usually do like 3/8?
I usually wait until I'm here before
Uh-huh.
I put this glue end on, because then I'll know exactly how much more I need. And it all depends on how
Uh-huh.
thick your twist is, on how much I leave, because sometimes with the thicker cords I might have an extra inch on there because they're just so much fatter.
Oh, I see.
And so it just, for these skinny ones, I can kind of squeeze it in and manipulate it past there. But usually it's about 3/8, maybe not quite half, because depending on how big the hole is that I have to get it into,
Uh-huh.
it makes a difference. So, but I have plenty of room to slide this down through, even if I'm, have to kind of pull it past the opening that I have available. I should be okay. I'm not that worried about it. And I'm about right. I knew I'd have to twist it up some. Every twist you do on it lends itself to shortening it, because it's tightening it down. I think the scariest one is if you ever get the pillow that is the hydrangea wedding pillow. I came very close to not making it around, and I had to not twist it intentionally because I was that close to not making it around. All right, so at this point, I am going to, and I mean, I even did measurements and everything, but it's just how it all twisted together, being a tricolor. Oh, same cording as this, by the way. I used this fiber for it. So now we're going to push it in. See if I can get down here a little tighter. This way. So we need to pull that up and slide that in. That was the brick you just heard crunching. All right, come on. I have a smaller hole to put it through on this side. Not intentionally, obviously. All right, fine. You come up. Let's see. Aha. So, push that and shove that back through like that. And now I'm going to pull that forward. Am I still in center, sort of? Okay. I'm going to shove that.
You're out of screen, Kelly. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's all right.
So I had pulled this side out to try to get the other in. So now I need to push that one down under and pull that. Need to push and there, just like that.
Well, looks good.
Yeah. It will do. It will do. Okay. So now, there. Let me come back to here.
You're a little bit out of screen now.
Oh. There. Better?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Uh-huh. And then I'm going to come up there, because that's the beginning where we started, right? Okay. Now, good. We have a little example of a bulging cord right there that we can have a learning. Come up, come in here. Okay, I gotta pull this up and away a little bit. It's like in my face. Okay. Pull it so that cinches there. And we're gonna come in here. And again, it's a little different because now we're working with cloth and cloth versus needlepoint front. Okay. Excuse me. I feel like I have a piece of glue web running across my nose. It's making it itch. Alright. And then we're just going to slide that back here. Pull that. And we're going to knot it. Kind of looks like a little lunchbox with a brick in it. Okay. And there. Ta-da! Now, oof. I'm gonna take and pull that twist to bring it up. And this twist, I'm just going to push on the back side to pull it down. I'm going to look at the front and make sure that's still, yeah. So our profile looks good that way. No, yeah, there. And it looks good that way. Ta-da! Alright, hold this up. So, there. Put it that way for you guys.
Looks good.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, because of this cording being on it, this makes much more sense. You know?
Mhm.
It doesn't look like it's just hanging out on there. Okay.
All right.
Yay! Well, thanks for hanging with me while I put the cording on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
Have a good
Thank you.
night. I'm going to try to
Thank you for-
upload everything
Thank
soon.
you so much. Thank you for sharing a piece of all your evenings.
Oh, take care, guys. It's my pleasure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. See if I can get out of here now. Oh my goodness.